Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So we're doing the immune system, the cardiovascular system, and the endocrine system. And the idea between this and the last class and the upcoming class is to not necessarily focus on symptoms, but look at the systems of the body. And there's like kind of key things that you look at for each system to make sure that things are functioning okay so that when it does come time to treat a symptom, it becomes a bit easier. So, with that, think of it as like giving a tune up to one of the body systems, but also it's a little bit of a diagnostic. A lot of times we might have an issue in a particular area, but we're not aware of it. And as you go through and you do this and you're like, oh God, I feel so much better. Probably need to treat that system for a while. Even though you might not be manifesting symptoms, there still might be some issues. And this isn't the end all like way to view things, but like as I go through and I do sessions like one-on-one, these are the things that I look at just right off the bat to see where a person's health is. So if I'm in the immune system, I look at for like four things or five things maybe. If I'm doing something for the cardiovascular system, I'm looking at three, four, maybe five things. And so each system has like things that you want to check in on, and it gives you a good indicator, or gives you a good pulse of what is happening in that particular system. And so, you know, we did the respiratory, the digestive, and urinary tract. And, even for myself, like I go through and I do this stuff, I found that the big one for me, I think, was treating the urinary system, the urinary tract, how much that even just unwinding that system affected the low back, affected the kidneys, even affected the legs and the tension in the legs, the cramping in the legs for several people. Um, and, you wouldn't put two and two together because we think of it as such a symptom oriented like approach. We don't think of like if there's something wrong in that urinary tract, then not even wrong, but like just functionally it's not functioning like it should. Then it's going to affect other things. And here you could kind of see how we go through and treat a system and it affects other things that you wouldn't even think about, including emotional components, mental components, things that you wouldn't even think correspond, right? So it's like kind of getting to know your body a little bit better. And it's a way to check in without having to use just the intellect or the pieces of information that you have. It breaks us out of our way of thinking of symptom oriented processes, which are really the tip of the iceberg. A lot of times we have like an issue in the state of the body that is manifesting these symptoms. So to chase after symptoms, it's not always a very effective way of doing something. You'll need to keep doing it over and over again. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe it works for a short amount of time. Here we want to kind of resolve it a little bit deeper. And so I would do, like, say, if you're working immune system, I would do this before I would treat like the symptoms. And going to treat symptoms after you've done the process from the immune system here, it makes it a greater potential of success when you start to do a symptom oriented process. So, with that, let's start with the immune system. And I wrote out little things here. I'm not going to lecture on it. It gives you just some reading to look at. But think of allergies as just a type of uh, sensitivity. You know, it's a kind of agitation in the body, and it also is something that is associated with a stress response, but a stress response in the immune system. You know, and it is also tied to engaging fight flight mechanisms in the body. And so if allergies are high, then the level or degree of the body being in fight flight, at least in particular areas, is high. And when we think of fight flight, I'm not saying this from an emotional point of view, and I'm not saying this from a mental point of view. I'm saying it from the state of the body. The body is in fight flight. Most stress is more of the body than of the emotions and mind. We think of stress as being something emotional or mental, but a lot of it is you're experiencing stress in the body. The body processes information that is going on in the environment or your interactions very differently than your emotions and your mind. Like I go back to the urinary tract. The reason why, like when we go through and we did the urinary system, people were having relief from low back issues and other issues down in that region, but also they were having some psychological relief. And the relief was like fears and insecurities were starting to kind of move around and shift and diminish. And if you think about, like, I'm just going to give you an example because this is the easiest one to understand, I think. It's still a little bit complex, but you can see it a little more clearer than other areas. But when the body is experiencing, let's just say, chaos, it could be like things at work, it could be things in the environment, it could be you're in a really busy environment that's constantly moving, and say you're at a stadium for a baseball game, or whatever, or you're in a big crowd of people. Your body doesn't see the details of, like, yeah, this is fine, we're going to walk over here and we'll be okay. It just feels the chaos, it just feels the instability, right? And so one of the ways that the body compensates is it tries to protect the spine, right? So in these difficult situations, or say you get into an argument, or work is just in a crazy place, and there's just a lot of tension at work, the body doesn't hear the story. The body just feels the instability, right? Like you could say the body starts to feel not safe. So what it does is it tightens up to protect the spine, especially the base of the spine. Like it wants to stabilize the spine to keep the spine or the spinal cord from getting hurt by all the chaos. It doesn't know that somebody's not going to come up and hit you or push you or, kick your legs out from under you, or, you know, whatever it might be. It just feels the instability. So then the body tightens up. The muscles around the spine tighten up, and your body starts to go into a little bit of a fight flight response, which means that you are emptying your bladder a little bit more often because you might have to run, you might have to fight. The bladder becomes overstimulated. Kidney function can shift. Some of it's from the tension itself, and some of it is, just because of being in fight flight, right? And it's not an emotional choice. It is your body going, I'm protecting the spine, right? So then over a period of time, all this effect, you get out of the situation, that effect is still there. Like it doesn't just go, okay, we're out of that situation, let's relax, right? The body's just like, there was chaos yesterday, there might be chaos today, right? Well, over a period of time, this begins to impact the kidneys. And the kidneys start to generate a kind of impulse for you to realize that there's chaos or there's danger. So, why fear is associated with the kidneys is it's tied to this aspect of trying to stabilize the spine. Basically, the body's trying to let you know that, hey, I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure. Like I don't feel that I'm protected from this environment or this chaos, right? So now we go into homeostatic emotions. And remember, homeostatic emotions are not things that we generate in the emotional body. We don't generate them with our mind. They're generated by the body to help you thrive in the environment, right? So if you need to fight, you're going to fight better if you're angry. So the body generates anger so you can, right? If you need to run, you're going to run faster if you're afraid, right? So the body goes, okay, be afraid, run faster, right? So with this feeling of instability or insecurity, the body generates fear and insecurity so that you then start evaluating your environment and go, I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure. What do I need to do in the environment to stabilize this, to diminish the fear, to diminish the feelings of insecurity? Right. So emotionally, you start paying attention, you get those impulses, you start having those feelings, and then eventually cognitively, you start looking around like, what's going on here? What do I need to stabilize? What do I need to avoid? What do I need to get away from? Right. Or what do I need to resolve? Well, the issue is that that could have been about 6 months ago. That could have been about 6 years ago. That could have been about 30 years ago. And your body just never shut it down. You know, another good example, without going into a long explanation, is pain. You know, pain is alerting the body that something's going on. You know, there's some issue that needs to be resolved, right? That something is compromised. So what happens is the body generates a kind of like hurt feeling, like, oh, the feelings are hurt because it feels hurt, right? And then emotionally, you kind of start to feel hurt feelings, and then the mind starts to go, my feelings feel hurt, like something's hurting my feelings. It might be the pain in your shoulder, but what you start to do is you start looking at your environment and you're going, okay, which one of you guys is making me feel like these hurt feelings? And so it's very common with like chronic pain syndromes that people start getting cranky with the people around them because they're looking for the person who's hurting their feelings. And really, it's that bad back or that bad knee or that bad shoulder, right? It doesn't happen every time, but it happens more than it doesn't, right? So we want to be able to address these things. We want to be able to shift these things. We want to put the body back into like a neutral state where we're not in a place where we feel chaotic or we're not reacting to the cold and flu season where, you know, we all went through COVID. So, you know, there was a period in COVID that if you coughed or sneezed out in the environment, everybody turned and stared at you and gave you the stink eye, right? And so now, you know, time has passed, but still you could feel like if you cough or something or sneeze in public, you know, try doing that at the airport, people still look over at you like, hey, you know, what's going on there? You know, maybe not everybody, but there's some, right? And so how do we get to that place of being neutral again without compromising the health of our body? You know, how do we get to that neutral state where we're less reactive or we're less on guard or the body's less agitated or just simply put less stressed out? How do we get there? How do we stop having the body be so compromised? And how do we kind of neutralize the generation of low emotions and reactive thinking and improve the health of the body, right? So this is the goal for that last class, this class, and then in I think it's 2 weeks, we're doing the nervous system, muscular system, and the skin. So we're trying to cover like a big portion of the body so that when the time comes, they're all free classes. You can go through and almost like kind of self-diagnose underlying causes to symptoms that won't resolve themselves or symptoms that keep arising, right? So right off the bat, we're going to allergies. And I wrote a bunch of things here about allergies and root causes and all of that, but let's get into the process itself. Now, there's much more involved ways of treating this, but remember, we're just trying to rehab the system, right? We're not necessarily chasing a symptom, we're rehabbing the system itself. So it's a little bit different than just trying to treat a symptom. In the West, we're very symptom oriented, we're not very function oriented. Here, we're going after function, right? Not so much symptoms. So with that, some form of blue tansy, be it regular or dark, caraway, clove, Greenland moss, helichrysum, and neoli. All these have the ability to rehab this system. And then there's allergy support, orange healer, or opadeldoc. Down below, you can see there's a couple tinctures that are very good for this. One is nettle. Nettle is very good for reducing the agitation in the immune system for things like allergies and hypersensitivities. And the same with coleus. Out of the herbal world, I'm not talking about essential oils, I'm just talking about in the herbal world, um, the most potent herb for allergies is coleus. You know, so and you can see I wrote down like body tonics and things to do internally, but here we're just going to do the the breathing pattern, sustained inhalation. So first off, just notice how you feel. Notice your body, notice your emotions, and notice your thought processes. Were you stressed out this week? Were you calm this week? Is there things weighing on your mind? Even the idea of the chatter in the mind, the monkey mind, is not that your brain generates that. Your brain is listening to things going on in the body, and it translates to repetitive thinking or an agitation in the mind. So the more you calm the body down, the more regulated the emotions become and the quieter the mind becomes. And this is the premise for meditation. You quiet the body, the emotions become more refined, the emotions calm down, the mind becomes more refined, it becomes more organized, it becomes more quiet. And then when that calms down, you start to have spiritual experiences. So begin inhaling whichever oil you're choosing. And we're not even going to do a pattern right off the bat. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And so you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then just pause. So I think we all know what physical aspects involve allergies. Hypersensitivity to food or things in the air or things that might touch the skin. You know, even with food allergies, you, you know, I've talked about this a lot in the past, so I won't go into it too much. But back in I don't know, early or mid 2000, like 2004 or five, I can't remember where it was at. We did a study with allergies, and we looked at respiratory allergies, skin allergies, and food allergies. And we did a whole range of protocols trying to see what would impact the treatment of allergies without necessarily going and just trying to treat allergies specifically. You know, Basically, we're looking for functional issues that contributed to different kinds of allergies. And one of the big factors for food allergies was a tight diaphragm, poor lymphatic movement in the gut, and the skin, issues with the skin. But when we went through and we're looking at that, there's also a kind of like an emotional component, could be hypersensitivity to stress. Somebody gets stressed out very easily, which means usually depleted adrenals, or like a PTSD kind of thing from the past. Um, there could be old trauma that maybe hasn't been processed, or a bunch of like repressed emotions. Sometimes we repress emotions to get through a situation. Like you could be traumatized at work, but you still got to work. You still got to make your paycheck. You still got to do the things to do to pay your rent and do all those things. So you suck it up and you get through it. And then, some time goes by and you realize like, wow, I was really upset, or I was really traumatized in the workplace. Right. And then there can be issues with boundaries. Boundaries can be a way or a form of protecting yourself, not letting people hurt you, take advantage of you, manipulate, whatever it might be. And so sometimes these issues also play a role in allergies. Treating allergies, actually, as weird as it sounds, actually helps to address the emotional component. Not treating the symptom, but treating more of the functional component within the system itself. So we're going to go through and we're going to do the organs of blood purification. So whatever oil you're using, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're holding the bottle about an inch or so from your nose, or you put a drop on your skin and holding it about an inch or so from your nose. You're inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. You're on the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go for a moment. Just let yourself be still. You know. Okay, now we're going to do the liver. So, right hand side of your body below your ribs. You're inhaling with your awareness on the liver. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. And then just pause and be still. You're just being still. Also, just to clarify, if you have one of these small bottles, after you take off the cap, remember there's a little flap here that you need to undo, right? And so you hold that after you've undone the flap, so it should look like that. You inhale, holding the bottle about an inch or so from the nose. Or you can turn the bottle upside down with your middle and thumb finger holding it. And then with your index finger, you tap the bottom and a drop comes out. And then you can smell it on your skin. And with that, let's go to the area that will affect the gallbladder. So you're coming to your midline, right? The midline of your body. And then you're going off about 2 inches to the right side of your body, below your ribs. So you go to your midline, 2 inches to the right, below the ribs. This will impact the gallbladder. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. You're just letting go. You're just being still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, put your awareness on the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. And then just pause. That's it. You're just pausing, you're letting it incubate. Now let's do your spleen. Left hand side of your body below the ribs. And then just pause and be still. You're checking in with your body, your emotions, your mind as you just sit with your body. What do you notice? Let's do another round. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And move to your liver, the right hand side of your body, below the ribs. And then the gallbladder. So if you go to again to your midline, the center of your body, 2 inches off to your right, below your ribs, this area will impact the gallbladder. And then go to your kidney. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your spleen, left hand side of the body, below your ribs. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. So we're going to do another round, but before we do another round, let's open it up to shares and questions. You can unmute yourself and type in. We'll process and share experiences and questions, and then we'll go back through and we'll do it one more time. So go ahead and fire away. How are you feeling, by the way?
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. I wanted to ask a question about if you're really constipated, that would be toxins in the body, right? And
It
inflammation.
it could be that the body's in fight flight. Anytime you have digestive issues, you you look at the inability for the body to go into rest and repair mode or parasympathetic activity, because rest and repair is also digest. And so, like when there is times where there's constipation, I mean, there's other things that can cause it, but it could be, like you said, a little bit of lymphatic issue, but sometimes it's also uh, like lubrication, like maybe the mucous membranes are really impacted, or sometimes like the use of flax oil would help something pass. But right off the bat, like one of the things that I use for somebody who's maybe suffering from constipation is I have them use lemongrass and just inhale. And the issue being that it tones up the parasympathetic nervous system. And a lot of times, if you inhale it, for five minutes or so, all of a sudden, shortly after that, you'll have a little bit of a bowel movement. Now, if it's really chronic constipation, you might have to do it pretty consistently for a period of time. And so the thing is, like, even something like allergies could be causing constipation. And so, there's also like dehydration, there's all kinds of things, but even dehydration, dehydration and the lack of electrolytes in the body is also tied to increased in fight flight mechanisms. So we're still kind of talking about the same thing, just like different mechanisms. And so, I would start with like the lemongrass if that's an issue. Lemongrass, and take some flax oil. Like uh you can just buy the oil and put it on a spoon and take it that way, or you can buy the little capsules. In the old days, what I used to do was just buy the flax seed and then take a spoonful and put them in my mouth, and don't chew them because they'll get stuck in your teeth, and then just wash it down with a glass of water.
Oh,
That will work. But since then, people have told me that if you get like the flax like flour, like when it's already ground up, that's actually more effective and more efficient. But like the flax seed used to work on patients all the time back in the day. And so some version of that, you know.
thank you.
You're
I
so welcome.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Hey, how are
Hey,
you?
Greg. I'm doing well, thank you. Um, so I have a situation, it's sort of like a sensitivity to certain essential oils,
Hmm.
more in this inhalation of them.
Hmm.
The florals like ginger lily, rose, anything really sweet, I just can't handle it. Sometimes it's like 2 feet away from my nose and I can still smell it.
Hmm. I don't know that that's an allergy. Like it could be a kind of a sensitivity, but there's going to be more things that you're drawn to. It's not super uncommon that guys don't like flowery smells, and so you know, like even when I think about it, like last night I took a neroli bath. Like it felt really good, but if you said, but hey, what's your top 10 florals. I don't know that a neroli would even make the mix. Like I tend to go to like heavier, like tuberose is a floral, but it's like a heavy floral. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I think that's just it's like your personal palate. Does it give you like a headache or any sort of weird interaction or
No, it's
yeah,
just
you're just not drawn to it.
when it's bothering me a lot, I almost always just set the bottle on my desk, 3 or 4 feet away. I can still smell it, but it
Sure,
diminishes the reaction to it.
sure, sure, sure.
Uh, and when it's not bothering me too much, I can hold it 6, 8 inches away and I'm fine.
Hmm.
But it varies quite a bit, and sometimes I don't know what causes it to vary over that range.
Yeah, I mean the other thing too is that I don't think this is the issue for you, but we might as well just talk it out. Like I'll notice for myself, it's not necessarily like florals, but just like I'll have an oil that I really like, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't want to smell it. I don't want to this. I don't want to that, and it's because it's making something change in me. And like emotionally, mentally, I know, oh, I really like that, but my body's like, I don't know about that. you know and so I mean that could be a always an issue, but I don't think that's your issue. I think it's more just your sense of like your palate. It's like it's just not your jam. Like for
That's
me, one that's not my jam, lavender. I mean, I've taken so many lavender baths, still not my jam. Like if you ask me my top 50 oils, lavender wouldn't make the list. But for most people, lavender is amazing. But I'm
yeah,
like,
that
I don't
I
dislike
don't
it,
have.
but I just,
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
right.
I don't have that same reaction,
Hmm.
uh, but there are oils I get tired of. I never thought
Sure.
of it as that I need more of it because I'm not because I'm bored, but because I'm going through something with it.
Right. 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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
And the flowers, they're kind of, especially like the ones that you're mentioning, they're kind of in your face a little bit. Like, they're
yes.
a high note. So they get in your face, but then they go away really fast. But they're like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. They are in your face. And so they're a little bit more intense than some of the other things. If you think of like even lavender or basil or sandalwood, it's more of a medium note. They're not as in your face as much. And even for me, like I tend to like heavier oils. So like give me a good aloes wood or vetiver, something like that. Even that Siberian fir premium that we use from time to time. And it's a low note, so it takes a while to get up. So it's like it's really slow, like I can acclimate it to it very easily. And flowers are just boom in your face. And there could be a little bit of that, you know.
I've always noticed it with fragrances and perfumes,
Yeah, yeah,
and I sort of associate it the same way, but in all
right.
of the stuff we've learned, essential oils really aren't the same.
No, no. I mean, there are some perfumes that use genuine oils. There's not many, but most of it is synthetic. And so there could be just a little bit of that in your mind, like,
Smells like that, so get away.
yeah, it smells like that cheap perfume of, whatever. And yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I mean, synthetics, I mean, that's the thing is, it's a trend in Europe right now where essential oils are kind of fading away and people are using synthetic scents, fragrances in their place. And, I have a buddy that goes over there a lot, an old school medical aromatherapist, and he goes, you'd be shocked at people are trying to use fragrances to treat all kinds of things. And he goes, it's not working. But, he just said, like, if you have, kind of a little bit of a refined palate for your nose, he said, it's just appalling. Like, he's just horrified. He goes, it's kind of almost like sickly. Like, you smell it and it doesn't make you feel better. It makes you feel like weird. And, it's a trend in Europe because, you know, just is.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Lisa.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you. I noticed, well, first let me say I have my right sinus stays tight. I
Okay.
mentioned that to you before, and we had a class where we were pulling on the ears and pressing on the face, and
Mhm.
and that did help some. But anyway, I'm very amazed that it it opened up some just with this short process.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So what exactly are we doing here?
We're treating an aspect of function within the immune system. So we're not necessarily going after the symptom itself, the manifestation of an issue, but we're helping the system to function better. So when that comes into play, it makes treating the symptom much easier because the system, the functional component of that system is working better.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a 1-2 punch. It doesn't mean that, whatever you're using to open up your sinuses or whatever goes away, but this should make it more effective.
Okay. So the things that you mentioned below, the tinctures and so forth. So the nettle and the coleus, are
Mhm.
those treating symptoms or the system?
They're doing a little bit of both.
Okay.
They're a lot of times, if you really regulate the system itself and improve function, the manifestation of the symptoms begins to diminish and sometimes might even completely go away. And so the idea of treating just the symptom, it still will be something you need to do from time to time, but the idea is to not keep generating it or shift the body so it diminishes the symptom somewhat. And so it makes it easier to treat in the long run. If you have a chronic issue, you'll have to do it for a little while to get that part of the functional part of the system up and going a little bit better. But then when you go through and you're like, oh, my sinuses feel a little weird, and then you do something and you open it opens up quicker, it stays longer, it doesn't need as much attention and treatment as it usually did. Things shift. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for this class. So, quercetin, you
Mhm.
mentioned that a lot. I think I've always thought that was to help with allergies. Is that right? And
Yeah, sure.
so that's more of treating the symptom.
No, it's like the coleus or the nettles. Yeah,
Oh,
it would be both. Sure.
okay. Actually, I have I take a quercetin with nettle in it sometimes.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
So, and lastly, since you have the nettle and coleus under tinctures, you have so many wonderful tinctures, and there's alcohol in there. I have to be careful with taking too many of them.
Mhm.
So my question is, would nettle and coleus capsules
Yeah, oh, yeah,
be
totally.
be somewhat effective?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lisa, and then we have some chat.
Hey, Lisa.
Let's get you unmuted.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Hi. I just wanted to say thank you again for mentioning, because Western medicine doesn't really address it, how stress really affects the body. Because about eight
Oh, yeah,
years,
I would
eight,
agree. Yeah.
yeah, 8 years ago, my adrenals were shot. I was dealing with quite a bit. And I developed all these food intolerances, and I
Right.
never
Yeah.
had like allergic to wheat. I mean, like
Right.
sugar. And
Right.
so I've been dealing with it ever since.
Yeah.
But But I just want to thank you because Western medicine really doesn't, I mean, they always just address the symptoms. And I always
Right,
thought it was from stress that I developed
right.
all these food intolerances.
Definitely stress, and like stress there long enough causes like adrenal fatigue, like you were saying. And so,
Yeah.
then whatever you do, your body is still, because that's the thing with fatigue is, when our body starts, say you're working a longer schedule, or
Yeah.
something's a little more demanding,
Yeah.
so sometimes you're working past the point of fatigue. And so how the body starts to handle that normal level of fatigue is it starts activating the adrenals on a very low level,
Yeah.
so you're starting to
Yeah.
run on like a little bit more adrenaline or a little bit of something, and then all of a sudden that becomes the body's way of managing that fatigue. And then at some
Yeah.
point the adrenals have been working so long that they also become depleted,
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, the body's tired, now the adrenals are tired, and that starts to throw off things in the body. And so, helping to improve the fatigue in the adrenals and get them functioning properly again. And have you been able to do that? Like, are your adrenals working okay these days?
Yeah, they're better.
Okay,
And
good.
but I still, try to stay away. I mean, sugar is inflammatory anyway, so I try
Right.
to stay away from sugar and wheat gluten. But I am in a much better place now. But
So
I don't.
one of the things that I didn't really talk about here, this would be more like troubleshooting like the symptoms, especially with like food sensitivities and things. And
Yeah.
so one of the things that you could do is, like I said, you could treat the skin, make sure the diaphragm's
Okay.
opened up.
Okay.
But one of the things that I have found effective over the years is like applying like vetiver to the spine.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
and it could be in a
Okay.
body tonic, it could be in an
Yeah.
ointment, a massage oil, a lotion.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But just touch, rub it on the areas that you can touch, and it will calm down like a hyper reactivity in the immune system.
Okay. Okay.
And it potentially can be, it's probably not going to be a magic bullet, but it
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
calm down some of the sensitivity in the gut and help the body not be as reactive. And
Okay.
you can still stick to your, like, staying away from gluten or something. But say
Yeah.
you're traveling
Yeah.
and you're at
Yeah.
someone's house and they feed
Yeah.
you something, and then you realize, like,
Yeah.
I think there's a
Okay.
lot of gluten in that. Or
Okay.
sometimes there's exposures that you can help. It would help you to be um, like not as reactive to the exposure.
Oh, awesome, awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then I had one other question.
Hmm.
So I have Uncle Bob in the family, and
Hmm.
boundaries are my friends. I've learned it's a learning process.
Hmm.
I have better boundaries now, but I noticed just genetically, I just inherited this from my mother. I'm just high, my body goes to stress really
Sure,
quickly. And
sure, sure.
with this Uncle Bob coming back into town, um,
Uh-huh.
I notice I'm having some heart. Will we be kind of addressing how stress affects the heart or
Yeah,
the
we'll be
cardiac? I
going through, yeah,
noticed.
we'll be doing some things that should
Okay.
be helpful in the cardio. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Because I
yeah,
noticed that's kind of manifesting a little
yeah.
bit that way, the stress.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Awesome. Okay. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
And someone's wondering what is in allergy support?
Let's look. I want to say I know that one by memory. I want to say it's Neoli, dark blue tansy,
Yeah.
Rosalina, I think, and Give me a second. I have several.
I got it.
You do?
Yeah. It is, I'm gonna post it as well in the chat. It is Nioli, Blue Tansy, Peppermint, and Rosalina.
Hmm.
And I think that was the shares and questions.
Okay. So before we do a break, we're going to do another run through. So pull out whatever bottle you are using. If you want to rotate, like I think the kit for purchase people, you had both dark blue tansy and Greenland moss. So maybe you try one of the other ones. Greenland moss is interesting. It has an effect on allergies, but it's also very cleansing to the liver and somewhat to the kidneys as well, but cleansing to the digestive tract.
And your bottle might just say Blue Tansy on it.
Yeah.
So
So either blue tansy or Greenland moss. So whatever you have, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side of the body below the ribs. Your awareness is on the liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your gallbladder, again, go to your midline, 2 inches to the right, and then below the ribs. Yeah. And then your kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then your spleen, left hand side of your body, below the ribs. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. So let's go ahead and take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do the next application. So we'll come back at 5 till the hour. We'll take a 15-minute break and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody. We're coming back and we're on application B, which is the autoimmune issues. So this isn't necessarily about treating a specific autoimmune issue. It's just the tendency within the system itself, within the immune system. Another way of saying autoimmune kind of tendencies is a hypervigilant or hyperreactive immune system. And when the immune system gets really agitated or overstimulated, I mean, there's various factors. It will eventually manifest as a potential autoimmune issue, but sometimes we start having tendencies without necessarily having a medical condition, you know? So this is a way to help calm down and regulate the immune response so that the body isn't in a potential hypervigilant or hyperreactive state. So it could be through all kinds of reasons, but like, just to give a little bit deeper understanding is that, like, if you look at your vertebrae, right? You look at your vertebrae. When a vertebrae moves side to side a bit, it actually will throw off your immune system. But here it would be lymphatic function. Your lymphatic function would diminish. It would become a little bit more stagnant. It wouldn't circulate quite as much. If it moves a little bit farther forward, it actually causes an agitation in the body that will eventually cause an autoimmune condition or an autoimmune response. So we don't always know what causes the autoimmune response. If you ask somebody, do you have tendencies to autoimmune issues? If they haven't been tested and they don't have a medical condition, right? A lot of times they'll go no. But if you look at the body, you can see that there's already starting to be tendencies that eventually might manifest as an issue. But basically, any time that something is hypervigilant and hyperreactive, it's going to manifest as a health issue eventually. So here we're just trying to calm that down. We're helping the system to regenerate and reboot and go to a more neutral state. Think of it as reverse conditioning. You're conditioning the body to be back to its more natural state instead of an agitated state or a hyperreactive, hypervigilant state. That's what we're doing with everything through this weekend. Right? So again, you have the blue tansy, dark blue tansy, you have Melissa, milfoil, which is a type of yarrow, and then yarrow itself, and then also Moroccan thyme. So whichever one that you have, pull it out. And then first just begin inhaling the oil. Just start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Now, whichever oil you're using, let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between the eyebrows on the ajna. Between the eyebrows, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just let it go and be still. And then just be still. Just let it go. Now let's do your forehead where the hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. Now your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and let go. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the jaw minors, which is right here where the jaw hinges in front of the ear canal. So on each side. And then just let go. Just let go. Now we're going to do the second breathing pattern. This will accelerate a deeper level of healing in the body. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the back heart between the shoulder blades. The brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown, the top of your head. And then just pause and be still. Let's go through and do all of that again. So again, beginning on your back heart, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between the eyebrows, the ajna. And then the forehead, where the hairline should be. The crown, the top of your head. And then the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear, the jaw minors. Mhm. Mhm. And then just pause. Just pause and let go. Okay, we're going to do the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the low back. The backside of the navel. The front solar plexus, area below your ribs. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. And then just be still. Check in with your body. How did it make you feel? Does your body feel more relaxed? Do you feel better? Did the emotions feel calmer? I'm looking at the notes here and I left a tincture out. If this is something that you're wanting to work, there's a tincture of reishi mushroom. Reishi is also helpful for autoimmune issues. But anyway, let's go ahead and share, ask questions, and mute yourself or type in, and then we'll go back through and we'll do it again. But let's go ahead and process this.
And give me 1 second, guys. Go ahead, Denise.
Hee hee.
Let's get you unmuted.
I'm sorry. Could I use the Spadric Yarrow?
For this, yeah.
I could, I mean, I use the Yarrow. I have a little one of it, so that's what I used to inhale. But I was
Oh, to
wondering,
inhale? Yeah, it would kind of work. Sure.
the Melissa was getting dried out. I could hardly
Yeah,
get much out of it.
yeah.
I missed that one. Um, the reason I had asked my previous question is I have a friend that went in the hospital and has been diagnosed with that Guillain-Barré. Do you know?
Mhm.
Isn't that autoimmune?
It's been a while. I'd have to look it up. But
Yeah,
I kind of remember it being that way, but I would have to look it up.
yeah. So I was just curious. I
Mhm.
think the reason they picked up the one thing they saw in the MRI that he was really constipated is that area was paralyzed because he walked into the hospital and is paralyzed now from the armpits down. So
Oh my God.
yeah, no, it's way big. So
Yeah.
they're treating it with immunoglobulin, IV for 5 days.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's a pretty big deal. So that's one reason I asked, and it's something about the myelin sheaths,
Right.
right? So that would be an extreme case of autoimmune, is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, even lupus can, on one level it's just like rashes and things like on the face but eventually lupus will like attack the internal organs and, like
Wow.
it can get substantial. And so autoimmune issues can be very devastating. A lot of times they're like low level and it's just throwing something off.
Right.
Because even like dry eyes, a lot of times can be either allergies or an autoimmune issue. And but it's just autoimmune specific to that area, you know.
So would like these processes, would they help to like, well, regenerate or to fortify a little bit?
You're trying to recondition the body so that it goes back to like, excuse me, proper functioning. And so you're not really necessarily going after the symptoms, but you're trying to make the body function like in the way that it's supposed to rather than what it's doing. And so you know, for something very complex like that, you know, it would be part of the treatment, it wouldn't be the whole treatment.
Sure.
But you know, you would put like kind of a multifaceted approach to going through and treating something like that. But yeah, it would be a piece of it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
so welcome. Probably like one of the better um for this for the reconditioning, like if somebody's having a really serious autoimmune response, is the blue tansy. Blue tansy or Melissa. I mean, the other ones do work. If you're treating a little bit more of the symptoms, you would use more Moroccan thyme. Moroccan thyme is good for like fortifying the immune system, but helping to regulate it. But like when the body is in like a crisis, um, the dark blue tansy really calms it down quicker, you know. And again, even that idea of, you know, here we're just talking about like a breathing protocol, but one of the things that I would put in place is rubbing vetiver along the spine, you know, like in a body tonic or an ointment. And you know, we go back to that idea of the spinal thalamic tract back when we were talking about, I think it's the light and love class and also the vibrational healing class where we talked about the spinal thalamic tract. And some of the issue with autoimmune issues is that that can be overstimulated as well. And so you know, here we're just trying to regulate everything. If there is a bit of an issue like this, we'll go through and address it. But if you're dealing with like really extreme cases, you would need to like do like more things to kind of help like stabilize the person.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
really helpful. I appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Ralph, and then.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. So in going through and doing these series, last week, Priya mentioned using MindStream before she started doing other processes. Can we use MindStream to kind of grease the skids here and make this more
Oh yeah,
effective?
yeah, on the senses.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, sure, totally. That's
Oh,
yeah, that would be great.
okay. Great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're so welcome.
Someone said, very quieting this was. Thank you. There's just stillness in the body and in the mind.
Good.
Does the three brain pattern here stimulate intuitive brain or balance both sides of the brain?
It would have a balancing effect on the two sides of the brain, but it also would, you know, part of the intuitive mind isn't just intuition, but intuition is also the healing process. And so here it would help to engage the healing process. Yeah.
And go ahead, Peggy B.
Hey, hey.
Hi. So I understood the first process we did for the blood cleaning. What do the centers that we're doing now hit? Like, the first one I could see the blood cleaning organs, but this one, why did we do that?
It's the centers that directly impact the autoimmune response. You're helping to recondition the body so that the body doesn't go into hypervigilance or hyperreactivity.
Okay.
Mm.
That'll do it. Thank you.
You saw it.
The spinal thalamic tract one, Is that the class where we did all the yummy work on the spine?
Yeah.
Peggy Durfee, did you have a share?
Yes, I just wanted
Hey.
to. Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Um, nice to hear both of you. So, this has been really intense this morning for me because I've been in a real autoimmune response going on here the last few days, which is, I think, what's manifesting my problems in my lower back.
Mhm.
So, I've noticed a lot going through this protocol, and especially when we were working on the diaphragm area,
Mhm.
since that's sort of the control, I guess, for the digestive tract.
It would influence the digestive tract. You could use the diaphragm as like a reflection on overall like health of the nervous system. But like even when the diaphragm tightens up, it does compress like lymphatic vessels so that the body doesn't necessarily process lymph like it should, which can make the digestive tract really toxic. But if there's a lot of tension in the digestive tract, you usually are not having like good digestion, because it would be that the diaphragm is in sympathetic state, which is fight flight.
Right.
It's going to agitate that part of the nervous system, and even the idea of putting vetiver on the spine is you are kind of relaxing the spine, and the spine and the diaphragm directly like influence each other. If the diaphragm's tight, all the little paraspinal muscles along the spine tighten up. If you relax the spine, a lot of times you'll relax the diaphragm, and so that will shift the body into like a different state, and will start to regulate some of the nervous system. And so, be it that you go after the diaphragm or after the spine, it's kind of, they go hand in hand, but either one would be reflective of, the immune system being compromised and digestion being compromised. Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
That's something I
Yeah,
noticed is I'm
yeah,
really careful with this strict diet that I'm on. But if
right,
I get something, like you're saying, you eat out someplace and you're trying to be careful, but you end up with
right.
something you shouldn't,
Yeah, yeah,
and you know, it kicks me really fast. And that's one of the
right.
places that I feel it'll start. My diaphragm will actually start spasming,
Right.
and because I also have a really large hernia, it pulls on that. And it
Mhm.
just immediately, it's like,
Mhm.
when people say, "Oh, just have a bite of that. It won't bother you." I'm like,
Mhm.
"Nope, I'm not gonna have a bite of that." Because it's gonna come around like a lasso and grab me really quick. So,
Yeah.
but this has been really stimulating. It's been relaxing, but it's been very, very stimulating. I've had a lot of activity going on inside here. Plus I'm 2 hours behind some of y'all. So, getting up at 6:30
Yeah.
to get moving. Haven't really had breakfast yet, so I'm sure that hasn't helped. All the juices are trying to get going.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. This has been
You're
really
so.
wonderful this morning.
I know I always say this about all the plant prana oil classes I take, but these are currently my favorite. I'm finding them so helpful.
Oh,
Thank you.
good. Yeah. You sound like me. My favorite oil is always the one in my hand. Yeah.
I'm noticing the spine feels relaxed and there is a gentle movement of energy in the spine.
Yeah, there should be. I mean, it's not always going to happen immediately, but the more that you do it, the more that it will happen.
Um, Again, back to the spinal thalamic tract. Was that the Healing with Light and Love class?
Yeah. Yeah, it was in that, and it was in vibrational healing. Vibrational healing, we just touched on it. The healing with light love, we spent a good amount of time on just working that spinal thalamic tract. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hi. Um, so that was great. And I was thinking just before you even said it, I'm like, I think I'm gonna go get some reishi tincture,
oh
which
yeah,
is kind of ironic.
yeah, yeah.
But you know, in terms of the hypervigilant fight or flight, in
Uh-huh.
my experience, you know, it's impacted appetite or even what I eat,
Mhm.
or even if I want to eat. So if you wanted to also balance out from this aspect appetite, what would you recommend?
What do you mean balance on appetite?
More the mechanism of, you know, my observation for me, when my body goes into flight or fight, I don't eat. So I could go long hours. And then when I do, it's to crave, you know, it's more of a craving versus
Mm.
a wanting to eat something healthy. So I'm wondering if there's something that could help regulate.
Yeah, I would do things that are very balancing to the autonomic nervous system, which is fight, flight, and rest and repair. Like
Okay.
when you're not feeling very hungry, that's your body's not in rest and repair mode. You know, if you think about fight or flight, eating's not part of that. You're either going to
Yep.
run or you're going to fight. And
Yep.
so, you know, shifting it over, and then like you said, then you're like, oh, I'm ravenous, or like now I have a craving. I would
Mm-hmm.
do things that are very balancing to the autonomic nervous system.
Okay.
So like lemongrass is always like kind of balancing, but I would probably like when you're in that state, you know, things like tarragon and marjoram, you know, the things that we know that kind of help ease you into the rest and repair mode.
Okay.
I would do that. You
Okay.
know, the other thing too is when you go into like that more ravenous state is you know, here we're talking about like if we're looking at both sides of the nervous system, they have both
Mm-hmm.
be kind of relatively even because there's like a push and pull between the two systems. And
Mm-hmm.
so when rest and repair loses tone, then you're in fight flight because it can't push and pull, you know,
Okay.
so you're just left into this fight flight phase. But then when the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is activity but fight flight, loses tone, then like hunger takes on, you know, like you're ravenous or
Yep.
you can be so there. Things like rosemary, ravensara, oregano, those, I want to say anise. I think anise is in there as well.
Okay. All right.
They're very toning to the sympathetic part of the nervous system. And so if you look at like the ANS blend, for
Oh yeah.
example, it's got a little bit of both. It's got rosemary and it's got like tarragon and then it's got anise. And so it's really kind of toning the both sides.
Great.
So like that idea of the ANS support, but sometimes you kind of got to treat one, then treat the other, and then, you know, then treat it like more in a balanced state or maintaining the balance. And
Great.
so like the ravenous part would be your lacking tone and the sympathetic part. And so again, going to rosemary or something like that
Okay.
could be helpful. They're not necessarily like a thing where you go, oh, this would be a an appetite suppressant or something like that. It's just really about like regulating the nervous system.
Yep.
And then if there's other things, then you treat the manifestation. But if you're trying to treat a symptom and the nervous system is really imbalanced, whatever you try to do is really not going to work very well. And so
Sure.
this is more about trying to get you to like a balanced state. And then any
Mm-hmm.
what we're talking about, trying to get you to a balanced state. And then you go, okay, now that we've balanced things out, let's clean up the crime scene. What
Right. Right.
symptoms do we have? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
what do we got going on? So
Sure.
sometimes they resolve themselves, and
Yep.
sometimes they, you know, it really depends. So
Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at it through the mechanism of the two sides of the nervous system. So ANS, I have quite a few bottles
Right.
actually. So that
Right.
would be great. That would just
Yeah.
kind of help ground it.
And you can use that just like we use it in the ORIC program, so you can do the program, but just taking it internally on a kind of consistent basis
Mhm.
over a period of time will really help to stimulate proper nerve function in the gut.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's something that doesn't really get talked about in the US, but in like European approaches to dealing with several health issues, but including like digestive related issues. That whole idea of the autonomic nervous system imbalances and everything, it's a big role in treatment. And so, here in the US, we're very symptom oriented.
Mhm.
And, it's you're just having to recondition the the gut, or it's really not even the gut, it's the nervous system. You're having to
Yep.
recondition the nervous system. And
Mhm. Mhm.
the nervous system communicates very quickly and reacts very quickly. So, it helps you to respond to things in the environment. But when it starts to go off the rails, it's hard to pull it back. It's like once it kind of goes off the rails, it's just off the rails.
Mhm.
And,
Mhm.
and so, these practices where you're balancing out the nervous system, it's a way to keep it from going off the rails. And if it goes off the rails, the way to pull it back kind of quickly.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. And stress will make it go off the rails really easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's just the nature of stress.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. That's great.
Yeah, so
Someone had to share, I think about the spinothalamic tract again. That's my favorite segment from the Healing Light and Love class. Doing the spinal work on those 7 oils has been one of the most effective practices for me in the past few months.
yeah, it's you know, I have this friend that he's like a better friend, I don't know, 25 years. And every once in a while he'll call me up and go, "Hey, can you do a healing on me?" And all I do is I treat the spinal thalamic tract and I'll go, "That was amazing. What did you do?" Like that was amazing. But it's just, that area gets so overstimulated or so agitated that it just throws the body out of whack. And, he'll give me a list of symptoms, but I just go through, treat the tract, and they resolve, you know. Yeah.
So somebody's asking, please post the links to cross-reference various oils in the kits. Because there's so many, I'm gonna kind of show you what I do, if that's okay, really quick, Greg.
Yeah.
Um, I know we're recording and I don't usually record these because we do always keep getting more and more things updated, but where we're at right now, I'm gonna just do a quick share screen for everybody.
Sure.
All right, thanks. Okay, so what I do is I'll go to, you'll hover over classes on the main page and click on previous classes. And we do have a PDF, but it's not with the most updated things. And so if you have a bunch of old kits, you can click on this PDF and you can just search class kits that way. But what I do these days is from previous classes, I search, and let's say it's blue tansy we're looking for. I'll type blue tansy in the search. And then I'll see what different classes show up, and you can see if it has a 0 to a price. These are ones that were free classes that had an optional kit for purchase. And so if you bought those optional kits, that might be something to look at. But, Blue Tansy, it looks like was in Revitalizing the Soul. And so if you have the kit from Revitalizing the Soul, it'll be there. It was in Streams of Consciousness, so it'll be there. And so again, we don't have it all specific at this point for just kits. And so if you have like the Uncle Bob kit, you might want to click on that, see if it was in that kit. But that's kind of the fastest because there are so many options right now. It's kind of hard to say, oh, this one was in this kit and this kit and this kit, but it's a way to maybe find it for yourself on the site. And I hope that helps.
Okay, let's do it one more time before we take a break. So again, whatever oil you're using, you're pulling it back out. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then the crown, top of your head. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. And then just pause. Let's begin again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. The front solar. Your awareness is on the front solar. Your awareness is on the front solar, below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then the crown, the top of your head. And then just be still, be aware. Just be still. Let it all go. Just be still. Check in with your body, how you feel, and your thoughts. So we're going to break for lunch and we're going to come back and hit the ground running. So we'll take an hour and a half break for lunch. We'll come back at 5 till 2. So 5 till the hour in an hour and a half. And we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we are on page 5, and we're on application C, immune deficiency. So this is just basically a rundown, depleted immune system. the tendency is to be fatigued, but also to get sick often. If it's bad enough, you'll feel a little bit frail. There are several oils to choose from: angelica, artemisia, cajuput, camphor, cinnamon, eucalyptus, hyssop, lemon tea tree, linalool, mugwort, neoli, sage, tea tree, thyme, vetiver, adrenal support, immune support, and it's supposed to be Time Supreme, but it says Time Support. I miswrote it. Should be Time Supreme. My apologies. So choose one of your oils. Now, if you're fighting infection or something like that, there would be a lot of other choices, but this is about boosting the immune system. It's not about fighting off a cold or a flu. This is about making the immune system strong. Okay, so whichever oil you have, begin inhaling. We're just inhaling right now. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Little. Yeah.
If you got the optional kit for purchase, time linalool.
No, it's just little.
Oh, sorry, linalool. Oh, I forgot. Thank
Yeah,
you
it's
for
an
clarifying.
oil.
Low. I think that one was a 5 ml,
15.
a 15 ml. Big one. Cool.
Mm-hmm. So you're just inhaling. You're not directing it anywhere. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just be still. Just pause and be still. Now, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine, from the base of your skull all the way down to the tailbone, your whole spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Now your awareness is on your ajna, between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let that go. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. And then pause and let that go. And then the basic, the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and let go. Now your awareness is on the spleen. Awareness is on the spleen, which is on the left-hand side of your body, below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Let that go. And then the Mingmen, which is your low back, the back side of the navel. You're on the Mingmen the Mingmen area, which is the back side of the navel. You're letting go. You're being still for a moment. And then the crown, the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Just let it all go. Be still. Notice your body. I find that when I strengthen the immune system, uh, my body relaxes. It sounds weird. Like I feel kind of better. I feel a little stronger, but I also get a little sleepy. I don't know if that's just a me thing. What was your experience? It made you a little sleepy? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if your immune system is run down, then the body has to be on guard a little bit because the doesn't quite have the defenses. And so different than autoimmune where it's being hyper vigilant, but just still, you know, if there's a vulnerability in the body won't relax completely because of it. And so, kind of makes sense. But if the immunity is strong, it's like, you know, you're able to rest, you're able to let go, let your guard down. Anyway, so again, let's continue to inhale. Again, your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Mhm. It's still kind of energizing, like it's, Tylenol and Ravensara. I think there's basil and then oregano. Yeah, should, yeah. But cinnamon does that to me too. Like I inhale cinnamon, you know. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then the spleen, left-hand side of the body, below the ribs. And then the low back, the back side of the navel. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Check in with your body. How do you feel? In your thoughts? In your experiences and questions? Let's unmute or type in. Let's process this, see how you did.
Just a sec, guys. Oh, I had a nice nap.
Made you sleepy or like just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and when we let go at the crown the second time, I was just like, oh yeah. Be here. But yeah, you guys can raise your hand, you can unmute yourself, share, type in questions. Go ahead, Peggy Durfee.
Hey,
Hey, so when we were doing the back heart, that was just like super, lot of emotions pouring out.
mm,
And yeah, good. Tough ones, but good.
yeah.
And that was really positive. And then the crown was just like beautiful and
Oh,
intense,
good.
right?
Yeah, like a lot of times when we think of like that we feel tired or fatigued, a lot of times it's the immune system. You know, the fatigue can be in any of the body or just the whole body, but a lot of times if you boost up the immune system, all of a sudden you got a little bit more kind of pep in your step and you're able to do things more. But you'll find that you also sleep better and everything just gets a little bit better. And so, yeah, and like you said, like things can come fleshing out. Sometimes when the immune system is down, it's like it's a weird thing to say, but it's almost like if it's really depleted, you almost don't have the energy to feel. Like it sounds like a weird thing to say, but the body just gets so depleted that feeling things becomes harder because you just don't have the gasoline for it.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Emotional exhaustion.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
Good
Thank
for
you.
you.
And then we had some shares. Somebody said, great, very relaxed and sleepy.
Yeah. Who would have thought too? Like, you think of like boosting something like the immune system, you feel like, whatever we do, it's going to feel like I drank 3 cups of coffee or something, or at least that's what's in my head. And every time it's almost the opposite. And I will say, like, if the more that you got like kind of sleepy by it, it probably means that the immune system wasn't like the gas tank wasn't full, you know? And so I would say that about any of the processes, like when you really feel like, you either struggled through it or you're like, boy, I could take a nap. It's because your body is repairing something. And so, what we were saying, in the last class, I would say that in this class too, is this can also be a little bit of a diagnostic as you go through and you do these processes. It's like, man, that one really rocked my world. It means that area needs to be worked a little bit, or you had a difficult time, what's Troy say? Like I was on the struggle bus on that one. I love that saying. I use it all the time. And uh, when you find yourself on that struggle bus, it usually means something in that process is shifting, or you're hitting a blockage, or you're releasing something. The body is having to shift somehow, and so.
And someone else shared, I feel super relaxed.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah. And if you look at the oils, none of them are crazy relaxing. I mean, Angelica maybe a little bit. Mugwort can be, vetiver could be, yeah. But other than that, like I'll do this with cinnamon and it'll knock me out. Like knock me out. Cinnamon's supposed to give you strength and make you more outgoing. And I'm like, cinnamon, it knocks me out, which means, I got to boost the immune system more. Yeah. So, okay, let's just go through it like one more time. So again, your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Which one are you?
Adrenals.
Nice. Yeah. You let Letty know that I wrote time support. It's supposed to be time supreme. Yeah. and then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the back heart. And then the basic, the bottom of the tailbone. And the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. The low back area, the back side of the navel. And then the crown, the top of your head. Your awareness is on the crown. Just be still and let go. Check in with your body and how you feel. Okay, we're going to take a break and then we're going to come back and we're going to deal with chronic inflammation when we come back. So we'll come back straight up on the hour in 15 minutes.
We did have a question come in.
Sure.
It was, before we move on, would Greg say something about linalool? I have never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a single oil. The thing with linalool, I use it in some of the blends, but it's very high in, you know how like there's thyme linalool, or it's high in that that aspect of the chemistry. So it's a lot of times used to blend in other things, but I find even by itself, it's very strengthening to the immune system. And so it's from the berry of this little like shrub, and it either usually comes out of India or out of Mexico. And a lot of times you use it to augment like lavender or thyme or something like that. But here I use it just straight up by itself. So
Thank you.
yeah. So okay, so we'll come back straight up on the hour. Hey everybody, let's come on back. We're on page 6, chronic inflammation, application D. So I wrote a little blurb about inflammation here. When we start to have a lot of inflammation in the body, which happens, could be health issues, but it also just is part of the natural aging process. I mean, if you were to define what is the aging process, it is inflammation. It's the inflammatory process. The more inflammation we have in our body, the more the body breaks down, especially the organs, the internal organs and the brain. So quality of life, but how the body functions, how you feel, reduction of pain, reduction of issues in the gut, which would also be reduction of issues in the brain. All of this, the more that you spend time reducing inflammation in the body, it's not necessarily like, oh, my shoulder looks swollen or puffy, but it's just an inflammatory thing that happens in the body. The more you reduce it, usually the better you feel, the clearer you think. Your body recovers faster from whatever, you put the body through on a daily or weekly basis, including injuries and things like that. And so, here we're looking at just improving the body's immune system and dealing with inflammation. And here there are several oils that you could use, and down below there's some things to do internally with all of that. But we could have spent the whole weekend talking about inflammation, but here we're just touching on it because we're trying to improve the system. We do have that regenerative class on healing inflammation, and even that, we could double or triple the size of that and, still have more to say. So inflammation treatment is an ongoing process. It's not that you're waiting for a particular symptom. So with that, oils that you can use here: black cumin, chamomile, frankincense, ginger, helichrysum, Javanese turmeric, lemon verbena, myrrh, sage, and St. John's wort. So many things to choose from. I don't remember. Okay. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Oh, it might be sage. It's sage. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know. Front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar, your mid back area below your shoulder blades. And then your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Yeah. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine, the whole spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and the soles of the feet. And then just pause and be still. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Oh, this will make you feel even sleepier. Just be still. Just let go. Just be still. Let's do that again. Front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're on the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. And then the brain and soles of your feet. The brain and soles of your feet. And then just pause. Just pause and let go. And let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Let's go ahead and process this. How did that make you feel? Your body, your mind?
Give me a second as I make it so you can raise your hand and mute yourself. Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, hero.
Okay, let's try this again.
Hey.
That was very relaxing.
Yeah, good.
You had mentioned that aging inflammation process. I heard that before, and
Mhm.
sage would basically reduce that process.
Right.
Will Java turmeric inhaled long term also do the same kind of
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're different oils. They have different properties, but
Mm-hmm.
the sage is nice because it's considered like a cure-all.
Yeah.
It does more than just reducing inflammation. But if you had to really reduce inflammation, turmeric would probably even be a little bit of a better choice. I mean, the reason sage works here is because it's doing things to other parts of the body or other systems. And
Mm-hmm.
so, it's kind of like what we were talking about. I think it was the other class, the respiratory, digestive, urinary tract system class is I like the idea of rotating things. And so, because Robert had an interesting way of saying it. It's like the body gets bored of something.
Mhm.
But like you do something so repetitive that after a while the body just kind of integrates it into like this is what we do, and it just becomes like repetitive. And
Yeah.
again,
The,
we go
the,
back to like the idea of homeostasis and repetition and maintenance is you're constantly trying to break the body out of destructive or degenerative is probably a better word, um, loops. You might be your nervous system, it might be the inflammation, it might be a cardiovascular issue, but the body's always about repetition and then maintaining it, and doesn't really judge it as good or bad. And so the idea of rotating the different plants and different approaches to treating something like here we're talking about inflammation, I find it to be more effective long term. You'll find one that, man, that works really good for you. And then after a while, it's like, it's not doing what it used to. It's kind of done what it can do, at least for the time being. And then you bring other things in there, and it's like you progress, and then you go back to that original thing, and then it produces that result again, or a deeper result. And so, our system is constantly striving to like maintain its balance. I keep saying that, but if you're using the same thing over and over again to affect a change in the body, after a period of time, the body gets so used to it that it, like in a weird way, it puts up its defenses towards it. Like it knows
exactly.
how to,
Yeah.
like, and it's like if you're kind of doing this for 2 weeks and that for 1 week and this other one for 6 weeks, body doesn't know what to do. And so I find you provide a much stronger um, effect by doing that.
Mm.
Like I have some people I do healings on kind of regular and say they have like blood pressure issues. And even though they might be using medication to regulate it, you know, we'll still put some like herbal things in place to do it. But like I'll have them use the medication and then go off of it for like 3 or 4 days or a week, as long as their blood pressure is like stable. Like when it's in a stable place, go off it for a little tiny bit. Let your body get used to being in a particular way without needing that medication to maintain
Yeah.
that balance. And then when you do use the medication, um, it's more potent. And granted, you can't do that with everything, but there are certain things that are, especially when they're homeostatic, like when it's blood pressure is a homeostatic condition. Like there's something off in the homeostasis that makes blood pressure elevate like that, and there could be a lot of different factors, but um, I like that. And I would put chronic inflammation into like kind of a homeostatic issue. Like it's been there for so long that, it could be there for a whole bunch of different reasons, but, you know, to not let the body get comfortable with the treatment. So you're constantly trying to break it down and whittle it down and make it less and less over a period of time. I like the idea of multiple things, but not all at once. You're doing a little of this, and then you're doing a little of that, and then you just it seems to have a better like reconditioning of the body, so that you keep nudging it back into a place where it can kind of maintain itself on its own. And that's what we're kind of trying to shoot for. Doesn't always mean that it's going to happen and we don't need to supplement it somehow, but still it's kind of what we're shooting for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So time linalool in general, is there any, or the Java turmeric,
Hmm.
is there ever a case where we might take that internally, or is
Oh,
that
I
like
would take it
pure?
internal all the time. Yeah.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. The sage, not so much. The sage would be
Right.
more topical and
Mm-hmm.
inhalation.
Right.
But Javanese turmeric, you could do it topical, inhalation, internal,
Mhm.
but I would say, turmeric is really good for you internally. Really
Yeah.
good for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That I
You-
think that's the information I need in my Rolodex. Thank you.
Good, good.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi. That one was interesting. I used turmeric, which was fabulous.
Mhm.
But I had a lot of, I think, memories coming up and releasing. Is that
Sure. Yeah, that's
kind of
totally
normal?
possible. Yeah, yeah. I mean, with any of this, it's possible.
Okay.
Because a lot of times what we're fleshing out is homeostatic emotion.
Yeah.
And, sometimes that homeostatic emotion is tied to a past event. And
Yep.
you're fleshing out the emotion, but, when they're kind of wired together, it's like, well, I'm fleshing out that emotion and that situation, it's, you
Yeah.
know, yeah, yeah. So yeah.
What was the class that we did that was on? Was that vibrational healing?
For what part?
When it was the first one that we had a protocol for homeostatic emotions.
Oh, yeah, that was vibrational healing. Yeah.
Okay,
I
great.
mean, I've touched on it other times, but that one
Yep.
was just point blank to the point. We are going to be doing a very involved process for homeostatic emotion in a few months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
That was great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone's asking, would the blend frankincense and myrrh work here?
Yeah, actually it would. Yeah, it totally would. Yeah, I should have listed that. Yeah. Yeah, because frankincense and myrrh together, we use that a lot for endocrine issues. But one of the byproducts of it is that it also is an anti-inflammatory. So yeah, my brain just wasn't there when I was writing this. So, but that totally could work. Yeah.
And that one's in the kit as well.
Mhm.
So lots of good options, especially like with what you're saying with the rotating and
Mhm.
trying some different things. Yeah.
Yeah, frankincense and myrrh together is so good for you on so many levels. I mean, it makes the hypothalamus work better. It stimulates proper endocrine function and glandular function. It's anti-inflammatory. It's good for the brain. Yeah, good for a lot of reasons.
Some of those supplemental things you put at the bottom, the black cumin, the turmeric, the ginger.
Mhm.
Would you do it before, after?
Oh, I would just
Operate?
do it. I would just do it on a daily basis. I would do it. Wouldn't matter if it's before or after. It's just a way to like deepen your ability to reduce inflammation and break the chronic inflammatory process. I mean, I would say 90% of the time I'm taking something off of this list. Um, lemon verbena, helichrysum, frankincense, black cumin. You know, we do the which shots of yours do we do? The vitality tonic. We'll do vitality shots, which is turmeric, frankincense, and black pepper, I think, right?
Mhm.
So yeah. I mean, it's just an all the time thing that you do. You just keep trying to reduce inflammation.
Someone's asking, what about galbanum for this process?
It wouldn't necessarily break the inflammatory process, but I mean, it could help. That's more about like the pain itself. And the tension that's associated with pain. So it would be helpful, but not as much as the ones that are listed there. Yeah. Okay, so let's just maybe go through that just one more time. So your front solar, you're inhaling. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar. Awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. And then the brain spine combo. And then the brain and the soles of your feet. And then just be still. Just let it go. Notice how you feel. Okay, so we kind of have touched on 4 areas in the immune system for you to see and take a pulse of like how your immune system is functioning. And so if any of these really kind of rocked your world, then I would say at least work that area. If not, I'd work out all 4 pieces. By working all 4 pieces, you really fortify the immune system. Then when it's time to treat a specific symptom, it becomes much easier. But I think somebody had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, Greg, on the vitality shot, the turmeric,
Mhm.
frankincense, black pepper,
Mhm.
1 drop of each in water.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that, like it's Samantha's vinegar thing where she extracts with the herb and then we put the oils in.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna do that, I would just do like one of them. Like
Okay.
the reason that they put black pepper in, it's to help like process the turmeric a little bit better, right?
Yes.
Like yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
and so I think in the oil form, it's a little bit easier to process. But if you
Mm-hmm.
wanted to add a little black pepper, I would do like maybe 3 drops of turmeric to like maybe a drop of black pepper.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be equal.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
you're so welcome.
Also was asking, could I use black cumin instead?
Black cumin instead of the turmeric? Yeah, sure. Yeah, black cumin by itself, we do that. I mean, that's one of our bread and butter things for inflammation is to go right to the black cumin. You know, I'm even in the process of making a topical oil of black cumin that you can rub on an area. And so, that's the idea. So, okay, so let's take a break. We'll come back at 5 after and we'll start addressing things in the cardiovascular system. Everybody, let's come on back. And we're on the top of page 7.
We did have a question and a share come in.
Sure.
Um, okay, we'll get to this one, but getting up this morning, I had a dripping nose, tearful eyes, sneezing, and had asthma attack. I live in Northwest Washington State and the trees are blooming.
Hmm.
After experiencing the day's session of working with the immune and endocrine systems, I honestly have no allergy symptoms at all. I've been dripping, sneezing, and coughing for days, and this is the best I've felt since the cedars began their spring bloom. Simply awesome. Thank you, Greg.
Oh yeah, cedar and juniper can be very nasty. Like when it's pollen, you can actually see the pollen in the air sometimes. Good for like so if that's working for you, maybe every day or every other day, like just stay on it. And you're not just reducing the symptoms, but you're trying to recondition the response so that it diminishes the allergic response in these times and then hopefully eventually even maybe goes away. You know, I had people who, like, if they were to even, like, they had peanut allergies so bad that if they touched a peanut or even smelled a peanut, they would end up in the hospital. And after treatment, it was a while. It was 6 to 8 months. They would eat peanuts 2 or 3 times a week. You know, I'm not saying you should eat things that you're allergic to, but like you can get your body to a place where you're not having those allergic reactions. Just take some time.
And somebody else said I've been using allergy support for my allergies here in Antonio, and I feel so much better.
Oh yeah, another place where I can't remember if it's cedar or juniper there, but like you guys get it too. I think it's real bad there. Both places. The Northwest Washington, the other thing that I would think because of the big trees would be mold. Like molds at certain times of the year. So you get a double whammy. So yeah. Is that good?
That's good.
Okay, so we are on segment 2 and we're starting to deal with the cardiovascular system. So this is the heart and then your circulation. And again, this isn't necessarily that we're going to try to target symptoms, but we're trying to make the system function better. And so we look at like four components here. And so right off the bat, we're going to look at hypertension or high blood pressure. And there's a little explanation there of what that looks like. But let's pull out one of the oils, the blue tansy, jasmine, lemon, marjoram, osmanthus, or lang lang. Now, this is to try to rehab this aspect. You know, you would still do other things to directly address hypertension, but this is trying to improve the system's function so that hypertension becomes easier to treat. The thing with hypertension is there's lots of different reasons why it can happen. Even, you know, coming out of the immune system, if the thymus is off, which is the gland behind the breastbone associated with um, immune function, if it's like hyper vigilant or hyper reactive, it will actually elevate the blood pressure. So there's lots of different reasons why, you know. But anyway, so you have your choices and choose the one you're going to work with. And let's just start inhaling. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Keep your eyes closed. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then you're going to your low back, the back side of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the Ming Men. Now we're going to the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so now we're going to go to the perineum or the perineum, however you would like to say it. Basically, the floor of the pelvis. So in between the sex organs and the anus at the floor of the pelvis is a minor chakra, right? So your awareness is there and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the throat. In the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown, the top of your head. And then just be still, let go. Just be still. Just being still. Let's do that again. Front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The Ming Min, which is the low back, the backside of the navel. The kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. And then the perineum. The throat. Your awareness is on the throat. The ajna, the area between the eyebrows. The ajna, your awareness is between the eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. The forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Just let go. How'd that make you? Right. Sleepy kind of. Yeah. So, this one might make you feel like sleepy, like I think it's knocked you kind of not completely out, but yeah. So you're taking tension out of the heart and you're taking like a tension and a stress out of the blood vessels. So it does help the body, circulate blood like easier. But there's a lot of different reasons why blood pressure can happen. And so this is just the start of something. It's not necessarily the end all way to treat blood pressure, but doing this on top of blood pressure treatment. Sometimes blood pressure is too much fluid in the body. There's excess fluid, and so it's harder for the body to move the blood. And sometimes there's tension in the blood vessels. They're not opening up quite the way they should. And so there's an issue. And sometimes the thymus is an issue and can throw the blood pressure off. There's all kinds of things that can throw the pressure off. And so this would be a component in treating it. But here we're just trying to make the cardiovascular system function better. So let's go ahead and process this, unmute yourself, type in. Yeah, and we'll go from there. Share experiences, ask questions, and go for it. I would say even like forms of like anxiety or something, treating the cardiovascular system would be a thing that I would explore. Because we're still looking at that idea of vagal tone. And when the body's lacking vagal tone, could be in the cardiovascular system, could be in the respiratory system, could be in the digestive system and the digestive tract, could be in the urinary tract. All of these can be a reflection that there's issues with vagal tone, but toning up each one of these systems also allows the body to go deeper into rest and repair mode or regeneration and helps pull you out of fight flight. And so one of the things that you look at, like when you're dealing with anxiety or panic attacks, is that there's some section where the body is lacking like vagal tone. And so, the first place I usually look is the respiratory tract, but urinary tract can do it. Digestion, it's more reflection usually, but cardiovascular system is definitely one of those ones that can cause anxiety and panic. So anyway, enough of me yakking.
Hi,
Yeah.
Greg.
Hey, hey.
Can I share something?
Yeah, of course.
I'm already here, right? Well, I don't know what happened to me yesterday. My basic was super depleted. My energetic body was so weak. My thymus gland was so big that it was
Huh.
so, yeah, I know. After the amazing healing session I had with you,
Right.
I went all the way down. And just by laying down, it was painful just to lay down.
Huh.
I honestly
Okay.
don't know. I was super off yesterday. But thank you again. You brought me back to life
Oh,
with
good. Yeah.
class.
I mean,
Yeah.
you're under a lot of different stresses, things going on right now. And
Yeah.
so, like, I would say that's probably a manifestation somewhere in the nervous system, that your thymus was overactivated and like the basic gets smaller or depleted, I should say. And yeah, that actually could be a little bit of a cardiovascular thing. But it's not so much that you have an issue in the cardiovascular system. It might be that the nerves that are impacted by that are got affected and can throw the body off.
But
Yeah.
thank you for today's session.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here still. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Somebody's asking, would taking Coleus help with the blood pressure?
Um, Probably not. No. And here we're just trying to treat that aspect of it, but going after the sources or reasons for blood pressure, I've never known Coleus to. I mean, it needs to be in with other things if it's going to do something, but probably not.
And go ahead, Peggy, to read.
Hey.
Hey, so that one has me just completely zoned out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think that certainly unblocked some things in the circulatory system.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's like my head feels like it's like floating. So,
Yeah.
which is good because I'm home, right?
Yeah. Increase blood and oxygen to the brain, like, kind of makes you a little bit like you're in meditation or something.
Yes, that
Yeah.
very much so. Like after coming out of meditation.
Yeah.
Very, very good analogy. But anyway, yeah, that was
Good.
really powerful.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Thank you.
And now that I'm awake, I think we could go in another cycle.
Okay, so before we take a break, let's do that. Let's do another cycle. And I go back to my personal experience. Whenever I do stuff on the cardiovascular system, it makes my brain work better. Like I have more concentration, my energy levels shift and change. It's, and it's not like treating some sort of symptom, but like when I do, like here we're doing, we're working, four aspects of a system, but even the class from last week, for those of you that did the power of realization, was that last week or the week before?
Week before.
Week before. There's that whole section on the cardiovascular system as well, which you can mash up with this. You do that one first, then do this, and then treat a symptom. And oh, man, Like, talk about getting stuff done. After I do the cardiovascular system, I'm just like bam, 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 bam. And part of it again is what it does to the nervous system. You know, it's it's very regulating. So, all right, so you have your oils. You're working with the front heart. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Yeah, going back to that question with the coleus, I mean, it can impact blood pressure a bit, but it usually needs to be multifaceted approach. It's not something that would do it just on its own. So I guess when I answered that, I only answered it partially. Yeah. Blood pressure can be a very tricky thing to treat. Move your awareness to the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the low back, the back side of the navel, known as the Ming Men. And then the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. And then the perineum, the floor of the pelvis. And then the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. And you can tell them one of the oils to use to treat that symptom is hyssop. Like 3 or 4 drops on the wrist a couple of times a day. Your awareness is on the throat. And then the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on the forehead. Move your awareness to the crown. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your feelings, your thoughts. Okay. We are going to take a little break. We're going to come back and we're going to do one more before the end of the day. So let's come back in 15 minutes at a quarter after the hour, and we'll hit the ground running doing arrhythmias. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. We're going to do one more before the end of the day. So here we're treating cardiac arrhythmias. So it could be that the heart rate goes up a little high, it drops a little low, or can just be fluctuating, irregular. So the more that we stabilize this, the better your cardiovascular system works and better heart health you have. Right? As we get a little bit older, we start to have a little bit of arrhythmias, but we try to keep them to a minimum. So you have choices: anise, camphor, anula, lemon, but I would say lemon works here only if there's really an electrolyte imbalance. Lemon verbena, melissa, neroli, spikenard, valerian, and ylang ylang. So choose your oil. I kind of rotate these just as like, you know how you try to do prevention. I'd say the one that I use the most is anise. Yeah, anise and then sometimes camphor. Hmm. So you're just inhaling. Hmm. Yeah. And then let that go for a moment. Okay, let's begin. Your awareness is on the basic. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, the bottom of the tailbone. And then the Mingmen, which is the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The liver. Your awareness is on the liver. Right hand side of your body below the ribs. the front solar plexus, your awareness is on the front solar. And then the back solar, the mid back area. The front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. And then the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the throat. And then the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, the little notch in between the two collarbones. The ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the forehead. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just pause and let go. But we're going to use that same oil, but now we're going to work the 4 quadrants of the aura. Right? So we're going to work each side of the body, the left, the front, the right, and then the back. So let's begin with the left side. So the left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, all the way down your leg to the left outer ankle. So your awareness is on the whole left side of the body from head to ankle. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the front side of the body, the whole front side. From the face, the throat, the chest, the abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs, all the way to the tops of your feet. The right side of the body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, all the way down to the right outer ankle. And then the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back and hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then just pause. Just be still. Let's do that one again. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. The Mingmen, the low back, the backside of the navel, the liver. Your awareness is on the liver. The front solar, the back solar, the middle of your back, The front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The throat. Your awareness is on the throat. The bottom of the throat minor. The ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Your forehead. And your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. Just pause and then go. You're just being still. Hey, we're doing the 4 quadrants again. Left side of the body. The whole left side. From the side of your face all the way down to the ankle. Then the front side of the body. Your face all the way down to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body. The side of your face all the way down to the outer ankle. And then the back side of the body. Whole backside, back of the head, all the way to the heels. And then just pause and be still. How do you feel? How do you feel? Oh, wait, say it again. Your body was.
We're joking. Your body was tense. Yeah, no, just like less tense, like
Oh, less
relaxed.
tense.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and unmute. Type in. You can share your experiences, ask questions.
Give me just a sec, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, how are you?
Oh wow. I mean the whole day was great and each one of the things we did affected me in a different way. And I was out and back in but these two things
Yeah.
I
It's
can't
it's weird how
yeah,
like it takes so much tension out of your body. So much tension.
it's I don't even understand because it wasn't
Yeah.
like I dropped the bottle and I came back. Like I felt like I was completely out. I'm like, oh, I just missed like 3 centers and where are we?
Right.
Completely. And so,
Right.
and it's,
Right.
and I think even the first one that we did for high blood pressure, I mean, mine is actually low. But it's still, and I worked with different oils for each time. So I did Lang Lang, I did dark blue tansy, and I did marjoram. And each one of them was really deep. Like I was
Right. Yeah.
So really as far as blood pressure, does it really does it matter really that I have like low blood
For
pressure?
this, like here, where we're treating it, the way we're treating it for this, you're trying to improve the function of the whole system itself. So here it has more of a regulating effect on, be it that it's high or low, you know. Most times a lot of people have like usually a little too high or the potential for too high. But even with low blood pressure, it should have a regulating effect. You know, the oil that's really good for helping to regulate the low blood pressure is hyssop. You know, because it's a stimulant for the medulla oblongata, you know, at the base of the skull. And, you know, circulation, respiratory rate, you know, those kinds of things. And so it can be very helpful. And then the other one that's good for elevating the blood pressure when it's a little too low is cinnamon, just because it's a body stimulant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those are your two best bets. I mean, cayenne pepper can do it like herbally, but still, you know, I tend to like for people who have that, I usually use hyssop.
And hyssop, yeah, on the wrists and just like
Yeah,
3 times a
just
day.
like three, 4 drops on the wrist, like a couple times a day. And you know, for a while, I was having people put it like on the back of their neck, thinking, you know, getting it closer to the medulla. I don't know that it made any difference. So
And then the cinnamon you would do internally
yeah,
to actually do okay.
yeah.
And then really as far as combining, I mean, I clearly have to work that some more. When you're combining that with what we did with the power of realization, so you would work the
Right.
same, but you would work the same system.
Yeah, you would work the cardiovascular system
Yeah.
in the power of realization. You do that protocol, and then you would come over here, do this, and like it's kind of a 1, 2, 3 punch. You do power of realization, the system, you know, be it in the old class, this class, or the one in 2 weeks. And then whatever symptom you're trying to treat, you look at things that are good for that symptom. And, you know, because when you look at it from the point of view of a symptom, you're not really addressing the system. And when you look at it from the point of view of the state of the body or the system, it's like you improve it, but still sometimes, it's like I make that joke, still got to clean up the crime scene a little bit, and it means that, like, sometimes you still have to treat that symptom. Just because you made the body or that system in the body work better doesn't mean that it completely eradicates it. Usually makes it better, and it usually makes it better for treatment. And sometimes it completely eradicates it, but when it doesn't, you still can use that symptom oriented approach. And, you kind of get it from like the inside out. And then if you throw in the ORIC program, then you also have the aspect of treating the energetic like mold or blueprint that eventually physicalizes. And so, like, when we were talking about it, when we were doing the ORIC program like a year ago or so, um, you would start with that and then you'd work your way into this symptom. But really, when you start going deeper into the state of the body, what starts to happen is you go through and you're breaking out those blockages and they flush out of the body, they flush out of the system. And so, really, what happens is when you start working it a bit, you do the work program after the fact because you've flushed things out of the body and now it's like floating in the aura. If you don't continue that process, some of it will dissipate, but some of it will physicalize again. And so you go through and you treat the aura itself, and then you just flush it out even more. And so it's a way to shift the body or make a change in the body in the way the physiology works, and then to concretize it. Because we talk about all the time about how intellect and homeostasis, it's always about repetition and it's about maintenance. And, when we're healing, sometimes that works against us, because it's not allowing for there to be a shift or a change. But if you can get a shift or a change, it's like you kind of cram it into that mechanism, and then it's your ally, because then it takes that healing and then it repeats it and it maintains it. And that's what we're trying to shoot for. And when we go after things simply from the point of view of symptom, you're always kind of like getting deflected by homeostasis. There's times where if it's not too bad or not too chronic, it might resolve it. But if it's been there a while, like the homeostasis mechanism will not let go of an old symptom. It doesn't judge it as good or bad. It's like your body has identified with, this is the process that we do. And it's not always a good process. And so, we're trying to unwind, I hesitate to call it dysfunction in the body. It's almost like it's just conditioning, like it gets conditioned to behave that way. Your shoulder gets conditioned to be elevated. Your hip, gets conditioned to rotate. And then when you try to shift it, the body holds on to that pattern. And so that's why you need to have a lot of, you think of like holistic approaches, it is a lot of repetition, and in that consistency, you're trying to override that repetition in the body. So you kind of keep doing things consistently, and eventually you reach the tipping point. Well, if you're anything like me, I don't like to be super patient about that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
sounds
I was
familiar.
like, yeah, I get that eventually you'll break it down, but you know, I don't want to wait 5 years or 10 years or something or a year. I want to produce a result as quickly as possible. Mm, And different kinds of conditions and different situations take different amounts of time, and it's different from person to person. The there's conditions that you know when I've been treating them, it might take like really chronic conditions where it might have taken a year of treatment, like consistent treatment, to really begin to resolve that issue. And then there's been times where in a single treatment or two, it's done. Like it's just bizarre when you get such a wide variety experiences, but a lot of times it has to do with how chronic or how acute it was, and then the state of the body. And then, even if we look at the idea of stress, that's still in the aura, that's still in the energy body. And so, how much of that is in the energy body? And so, we kind of are trying to establish these different areas so that when the time comes, you can really like from going deep into the body to really stepping back and looking at the energy body, like eradicate it, like physically, psychologically, energetically, however you want to look at it, you're eradicating it on all levels. And so, we're really coming to this place where we have the tools and the foundation of going through and treating it on so many different levels. And, here we're looking at like arrhythmias and blood pressure and, going through and treating this, it makes the body feel better. You can see that you're starting to go to like, now, if I really had to treat some blood pressure issue, it would be easier because my body's already starting to shift. It's already starting to change. And, blood pressure is a perfect example. You can give people like herbs, like sometimes big dosages, and the treatment will be so, but it's because there's so much tension in the body, and the body's in such a state of agitation that, you know, the ability to shift it becomes, difficult. And so this is where like ceremonial healing used to really kind of be like more of a thing for me. Like is the ceremony would allow for something different to happen, in some way, because you are putting a person in a very deep, intuitive state, and you can kind of make a shift. And, it's great, but it's hard to duplicate when you're having like one-on-ones with people. It would be easier to do if, we're all sitting in a circle and we did something and, we did some sort of ceremonial process, or because different processes do different things, but the idea is just to get a person in that intuitive part of their mind so that there can be a shift, so it kind of almost doesn't even matter how you get it there, it's just that you get it there. And so with the oils, you know, I find it out of like if you use oils or stones or energy, the oils do it probably the easiest, because you're inhaling, you're using the sense of smell, which is just that, is you're wired for the sense of smell to shift and change your brain. And so it's a way to easily like kind of map out like how to do it, and get that kind of shift so that you can have some sort of deep deep like healing response, or healing experience that then gets integrated. Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy. Like I feel right now like I just woke up from like such a deep
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah.
I'm like complete. This is like,
Yeah.
wow.
And if you think about it, like we really don't think about the cardiovascular system unless somebody has a like high blood pressure or AFib or arrhythmia, or even if it's just cholesterol and whatever it is, we don't really think about that system until we have an issue there. But when you go through and you do it and you're treating this, some of the worst cases of panic, like panic attacks, cardiovascular system wasn't, they people would come to me and they'd go, there's something psychological there, there's something this, there's whatever it is, the doctor said this or that. And there are times where that could be, but your body's having that panic attack or a really bad anxiety attack because something feels wrong, like the body is not functioning like it should. Treat the cardiovascular system and it would go away. It doesn't mean every panic attack is there.
Yeah.
It can be in different areas, and it still could be psychological.
Mm-hmm.
But so many times people with panic attacks, they get written off as just being super emotional. And even if the emotions are there and got them there, it's still the nervous system and the function of the cardiovascular system or the respiratory system, you know, sometimes the urinary tract, but it's still that gets them to the panic.
Yeah.
And so you just start deconstructing it. You just start going backwards. Treat the cardiovascular system. And you've heard a couple people go, "Oh, I feel so much better after doing this one." And it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't really like a heart issue or cardiovascular issue, but it's still impacting vagal tone, the vagus nervous system, the parasympathetic nervous system. It's still putting you into a place of like a deeper sense of well-being. You're shifting the state of the body, and you almost get an instant gratification by going through and doing this. Like, I see
Mm-hmm.
that I'm moving to the place where my body tension is going down, because that's the thing
Mm-hmm.
that
That's
Samantha said. Like this
yeah, that's
last
what
one, tension goes down on the body. It
yeah,
just,
I don't yeah, it's that, and the
yeah,
mind is just so quiet, so I can see
yeah.
why it would yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Mm,
And then what I was wondering also,
mhm.
we usually have some kind of a blend, but with these two processes, there were no blends. It's all single oils, which is cool. But
Yeah,
I was
I
just
would have to
wondering.
make one. Like nothing that I have already made for that. I actually kicked around the idea of making something for this, but I didn't, just because like it's a free class and I don't want people to feel they have to buy something to do the free classes. But
But basically,
I
so none of the cardio blends would actually do what you want this process to do.
it would be okay. The single
Okay.
oils are a little bit better at it, but like even if you look at the power of realization, there's the cardiac stress blend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does more of like what it does in that class, which would contribute to this, but wouldn't necessarily be a replacement for this.
Okay.
And then you have the one for the ORIC programming, the cardio
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
support. Again, it would be okay, but it wouldn't be a replacement for some of these single oils
Okay.
for this. Because like even here, another good one for cardiovascular issues is there's a special kind of rosemary called rosemary camphor. And even for this, when I go through and treat this, like on paper, it would probably be one that you would think would be like, man, this is its
Mm-hmm.
jam right here. And it doesn't, because we're looking at the function of the system and not really a symptom. It's just so. Like it's,
Mm-hmm.
you're looking at it through different perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
like the symptoms you're looking at through the microscope, and then like this you're looking at it through binoculars, and when you look at what we did in the power realization, it's almost like the telescope viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
You're hitting it from these different areas or these different levels to produce a result, because again, we think of the body as you could almost say, like we get used to it being a particular way, or we take it for granted. We don't think of it. We think the body works the way our mind works, and one is speaking French and one is speaking English. They do not interact that well together. They're telling different stories, and the body is very like basic in the things that it responds to or that it perceives. Like if you were to do it from the point of view of the mind, it would be one word, not a story, not the past interaction, or it's just like, go to the kidneys, fear, insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Like I don't like the body doesn't feel secure. It doesn't feel stable. And so then that translates into all these other things, but it's almost like a root word. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
for
thank you
me,
for
when I get
the
in really deep, it's not even a word. It's like these like images. Like I just start seeing
and that's
weird images. Yeah,
and that's another thing that
yeah,
when I was completely out, I see all these, like I can write stories and movies on all the stuff that comes up. Like I have all
right,
these like mini type of dreams
right,
that are so detailed and in seconds
right,
that I
right.
can't even explain them or know where they
No,
connect to.
yeah,
Totally, and I'm like, what just happened? So that,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The body really communicates through imagery. It really does. And even animals communicate really through imagery. You train them, they get used to the tone of your voice, they recognize a word. They don't really know what it means. They just know when I hear that sound, I'm supposed to do this. But, if you really like watch an animal and like try to get an idea of what it is and tune into them, you'll just start seeing images, you know.
mm,
Same thing with children, like little children. Like, you ask a little kid, maybe they're sad about something. You go, "How do you feel?" And they're like, "I don't know." And then you tell them sad, and they'll go, "Yeah." And then, you ask them about something about anger. How does that make you feel? Sad. They know that sad means something, but
it
they
means
don't really
something.
know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
so, yes, they're saying words, but they're not really communicating what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you look at all these different pieces, what you're doing, you have the work program, you have the power of realization, and the other vibrational classes, but we'll just say power of vibration right now. And then you have this, and then eventually the symptom. You're dealing with how the body processes things. And so many times when we think of it from just a symptom point of view, we think of it as a thing. I need to make that go away. I need to
Mm-hmm.
release that. I need to get back to where I was. Like, you don't really see it as this process. And so here it's like, if I want this to heal, healing is more of the intuitive mind and is movement. It is a series of processes. Then how do I get the body to process through all of this to get the end result that I want?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yes.
yeah.
Thank you. And then as far as the oils, you would just experiment with each oil like in different times because each one does something a little bit different. Like with all the
Yeah, I
lists.
mean, they all kind of hit it, but in any of them should work, but you might
Mhm.
find that one works a little better for you.
Yeah.
Anise is quite good for this.
That's
It's
what I
very
did. Yeah.
inexpensive.
Yeah.
I like to use Melissa sometimes for this, and
Mm-hmm.
like last night, because we are getting ready to do the class, I was like, I'm taking a neroli bath, and uh, neroli is very good for here, it's good for cardiovascular issues and things, like even, arrhythmias and even sometimes a little bit of like AFib or something. But the other thing that neroli is good for is, on an energetic level, is it breaks down the repetition. Like it doesn't break it down, it like softens it so that it makes it easier to like shift the body. And so, uh, there's other things that do it too, but neroli is pretty nice. Remember when we did that thing with the neroli on the jaws?
Oh yeah, and I
Yeah,
also have the other one,
feels
the
super
self-acceptance.
amazing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
feels super amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So same idea, but just on different systems in the body.
Okay. I'll experiment with that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this very last protocol that was the ARIC really seemed to bring a lot of ease in my lower back.
Oh,
It's,
good.
I still feel it. It's still, still tight, but it's not causing me the amount of pain. I was having a hard time all during the day just sitting. So I
Oh,
would sit on cushions, I'd get up and move around. I sat in
right.
different chairs, but and a lot of the protocols I was doing standing up because it hurt too much to sit.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah,
sitting
especially
now.
this last one should really help reduce body tension.
It
Yeah.
really did, especially when we were working down the back side
Mm-hmm.
of the body.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that was interesting what you were saying a little bit ago about almost like your body's memory of how the hips are rotated and it just wants
Yeah,
to keep going back.
totally.
Because I
Yeah.
had gone into the chiropractor the other day and very tight, and he,
Mm-hmm.
adjusted it. But of course, I think it just pulled right back in.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by the time I drove back from Vegas in the rush hour traffic, I was completely
Yeah.
tensed up again. So
Yeah. I mean, that's why we have to do those kinds of things so repeatedly is
right.
you're trying to break the body out of that pattern, and the body gets really stuck on the pattern. It's like, no,
Yes.
this is what we do. Because like I always give the explanation of, your eyes are always trying to stay horizontal as part of homeostasis. So your shoulder elevates, and your body, if it didn't adjust, your head would be like this, your eyes wouldn't be horizontal anymore. So
Right.
then your body has to go, okay, well, we'll adjust, and you adjust, and then 30 days goes by, and you go, I'm gonna get some therapy. I'm gonna lower that shoulder. And you put it down, and the body's like, no, we've already adjusted. We've made all these adjustments. So it pops it right back up again. You go, no, I'm gonna go down. Like, so the body starts pushing back on that shift and change because
Right.
it had to adjust the head to do this. So now if it goes down, then the head's like this. So then it's like, no, let's go back to the way we were. So same with the hip, or same with a rotation, or, yeah,
That's
all
interesting
of
what
it's
you were
the same.
saying with the eyes, though, trying to get homeostasis, looking
Mhm.
on the horizon, to have to shift because of all the issues I have with my eyes now. The one eye, the right eye, is very crazy. That's the one that retina tore away and tore in half, and they put together. And anyway, I can see out of it, but it's really wonky. And the
Mhm.
other one, and anyway, they both have macular in them now. So it's, I'm using drops and everything, but and the glasses, I feel like I'm always doing like this. And it was bad enough when the two eyes were about the same. And now I've just
Now
basically
that
got
they're off, yeah, and it
I've got
will,
like one good eye. So I'm always like,
yeah,
feel like I'm tipped off to one side. When I'm
yeah,
driving, I'm like, even close my right eye and just focus only through my left.
yeah,
Otherwise, I just feel like my head's bobbing around all the time.
right.
But anyway, this was great, and
Good, good. I'm glad you
listen,
enjoyed.
my back's loosened up, and I'm going to say thank you. See you guys tomorrow. I got to go out dancing with friends tonight, so now my back feels good.
Yeah, maybe do another round before you go out and bust a move.
Oh, there we go. Well, I got to eat. Sounds funny, but I got to eat my own food before I go out to dinner with my friends because
Yeah,
they always eat places that it's food I can't eat. So,
yeah.
but I go
Well,
have
have
fun.
fun.
Thank you all very much, Greg.
Take
Thank
care.
you, Sammy.
Yep, have fun.
Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take
Yeah.
care.
Okay.
And we had some shares. As always, great class. Thank you so much. Thank you, great class. I can hardly collect my thoughts to coordinate the words, to have the energy to lift my arms to
Right.
type this out.
Right.
Much gratitude. Yeah, lots of thank yous. And yeah, even more tomorrow. I just need to make sure I'm not missing any of your questions here real quick, guys.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll finish up the cardiovascular system probably before lunch, and then the rest of the day we'll work on the endocrine system.
And one more share. Everything just feels so relaxed and calm.
Yeah.
It can feel so mellow. I just feel so mellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We start at 10 tomorrow, guys. I'll get the link out in the next couple hours.
Take care.